That was a lot of light. Hi, I hope you're good. I hope your day was good. Same thing as usual. I am the most tired I've been in a while, so I don't know how long the stream is gonna be. We'll see. I mean, I said that last time and that we did 6 hours, so we could be surprised. We could be surprised. Anyway, how was your weekend? Good Monday morning if it's Monday morning for you. If it's like still Sunday night, I don't know. You're far away, that's what I would say. But yeah, I hope you're good. Things have happened during the weekend, which not mad about, but this is kind of crazy. This thing, to my level of account, this thing blew up. Bad cop, hi, welcome on in. So there was this person that was joking about Apple's stock app in the Vision Pro and created this thing. And as a thing that I've said in the past, Kat, hi, good morning. I hope you slept. But yeah, so they created this, and as I said in the past, if you're creating something for 3D, VR, AR environment, Windows are not good. Godwin, hi, welcome on in. So I created this based on what they had, and had a massive tweet longer type of thing explaining my reasoning behind not having Windows and how it's beneficial for some UI and all that. And I don't know. My usual tweet have like 100 views, so that's a lot. That's a lot. And the thing that is interesting in terms of what happened in the replies of that already replying tweet type of thing, a lot of people have been saying things that make sense, that align with what I say. Some other people have not read the initial tweet thingy, as in, like, I'm explaining here that you can dim the light of the background, like I did here, and then that person said that you don't have background dim, which makes no sense. So yeah, kids, hi, welcome on in. How is you? Denny, hi. So all of that, like, kind of drained me, let's say that. Ashley, hi, welcome on in. I am kind of dead, and I feel like I haven't rested this weekend when I should have. Some things have been a lot. So that happened. I kept that on the side. And then that happens as well, which is kind of similar to what I was saying last time. People on TikTok just saying that the Rabbit R1 Tamagotchi thing is just like not a great product overall. And that reminded me of a company that some of you may have heard of. I don't even know if I have. I think it's 2L. Yeah, it is. So Block is kind of the same type of company. They launched a phone in the beginning. Like the first thing that they did was build a phone for less distraction, which I like a lot. I liked a lot at the time. It was really interesting, and you got like that kind of great packaging overall. And it was basically just a skinned Android UI to be more focused with like black and white overall. Color scheme, nothing really intrusive. And then if you wanted to have some colors, like let's say you're watching Instagram or something, you could double tap the fingerprint scanner in the back, and then you had colors come back for a certain instant, and then you double tap it again, and then colors goes away. And that was great and all, but they sold nothing. And so because of that, they changed their model from creating like a physical product to create a digital product, which is their ratio launcher, which is basically just the skin for Android, which, because we can have different launcher, app launcher, home screen launcher on Android, you can just have this one as your default, and it's much better than like your regular things. But I have a hard feeling that this is gonna be the same thing for the R1. The ability of our phones to do the exact same things that, as that person said, that the R1 is doing, it's already there. So I feel like if they had an app that cost, I don't know, $9 a month or $20 a month, it would be better. No, it's not valid for iOS. This is just an Android thing, I think, unless they changed it. But yeah, you see this? This pisses me off. So I can't zoom out now. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh no. Cool. But yeah, no, it's just Android as far as I remember. Yeah. I did like what they did in the beginning. The phone came in this amazingly looking packaging, like a NASA sealed packaging. It was really good looking. I mean, I loved it, and that's why I know about it, just because the fucking box was great. Look at that shit. So that was interesting. The main issue with iOS is that you cannot change the launcher anyways, so not great. Their like ratio launcher thing is available for Mac. If you are on Mac, I think you can have access to that. But yeah. It's still, I wouldn't really recommend it because it's just I think it's $19 a month for the launcher, which I have a hard time with paying for launchers, as you have one already on your fucking phone. And even though it's great, it's not like changing. I mean, it is changing your life if you're someone who's easily distracted. But yeah, I also kind of feel like that would have been better. The block phone itself was like $250, I think.
Yakins _ just resubscribed for 2 months. AAOA cash, AAOA cash A.
With your Prime sub, I appreciate that. Thanks a lot. You have one, you get one, you use it here. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the resub. Welcome back, enjoy the emotes and all of that. But yeah, the as a designer, let me say that because that's pretty good. GK, hi, welcome on. As a designer, the UI of the launcher and the UI of the phone was great. Like, it's really interesting how minimalistic they have built the thing and how they just had this really simple launcher with your most used app in a tile manner, and then everything is like tiny widgets when there are widgets available. And that was great, but didn't take off as much as they wanted it to take off, and ended up not having a physical product anymore and just selling up a software instead. Like, look at that shit. Sorry. I'm geeking around for packaging. Right? I love packaging. It was great. It was great. I really think it was like 200 and something. I think. Yeah. You mean this? Yeah. I have, but it's just cron. I don't see the point. I don't use Notion often. Like, it's not a thing that I have had any really interest with, because it's a text-based interface, and I have a really hard time with text. I'm still paying for it. Still paying for Notion to have the AI thing to write YouTube script and all of that, but other than that, I don't see how the integration with a calendar can help. I think I think the people that are using Notion database, like CK, for example, or if I were using it for managing clients and have like some automated integration saying that if or when there is like a new entry in the database, I can have a meeting added to Notion calendar automatically. Yeah, why not? But it always ends up with the same thing. Like, if you have a meeting to have with someone else, a new client, and it's automated from your side, your point of view, then there is a high probability that on the other side, the client doesn't have the time on your time slots. And so you need to do some sort of back and forth to make sure that the meeting can happen in terms of availability. And that's not going to happen. So automation on calendar has always been a bit of a thing that never worked in my understanding of how it is. But yeah, the other thing that I'm using is Craft, or that I used to use, which is basically Notion but slimmer and simpler. I can't speak today. Which, right, it's really the same thing. It's a very similar writing system where you do some slashes to have blocks and all of that. But overall, nowadays it has more capabilities than it used to have. But yeah, I don't know. I don't see the point anymore. I mean, I've never seen the point of text-based interface. Even with the added benefits that they have, right? Being able to create blocks that are more interesting, like, I don't know, to-do list, all of that. Baffled. Hi, welcome on in. The main thing being it's text-based. If you want something that is text-based, you usually have Google Doc or Words or other things, and specifically now they do the same thing. Like they kind of went as deep in some feature than these things, and I don't know. I don't really see the point to pay for something that you can have for free with Google most of the time. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, this was my base thing. Nonetheless, this discussion came from this one saying that it's probably gonna be what happens to the Rabbit R1. I don't see the masses, the most of the population, to say, oh, you know what, I'm gonna limit my time on my phone, which was the exact same idea of the block phone, limit my interactions and all that, and just get this devices when I'm going out so that I can listen to music and have be like accessible without being disturbed. But I don't think it will work. This is similar again. But it's a mix of both. It's a mix of Notion and Block, I feel like, in a way, which is interesting. Yeah. The thing is, Baffled, I obviously I am biased, but I do want the tech from sci-fi movies that I used to watch to exist at some point, or to have been the creators of the tech that we have in 3 weeks. I don't know. But most of the tech that we used to see is irrelevant now. Like, the only thing that we haven't really seen happening is food printing in a timely manner that tastes good and that is sustainable, because we've been seeing food printing, but it's not good just yet. Will be, but not yet. And it's not fast enough. And then the same thing with the holographic, like, Vision Pro thing that I was talking about on Twitter. It's just, it could be good, but because people are still bound to the current environment, they are stuck into something that doesn't really make sense. So I don't know. Feels weird. I wish the Vision Regular came out, Batcop. I do agree with that. From the reviews of the Apple headset, which obviously they are biased and they are skewed because you need to play with Apple game to make sure that Apple still invites you to review things. It seems like the heaviest headset ever, that the new strap will help, but it's still the heaviest shit. That the tech inside is amazing, but it is clouded by the fact that you cannot use it for more than like 20 to 30 minutes tops, and then you need like neck training. So yeah, Vision Regular would be great. A plastic version that cost half, maybe. Yeah, neck training. You know, neck crunches. The most of the people that have tried it and the people that I've seen like review the thing have been saying the same thing. It's the heaviest brick you have on your head. And on the latest Waveform podcast from MKBHD, he compared the Apple headphones weight to, for example, the Sony regular weight. So when you're used to this, then you go to the Apple headphones, they are fucking heavy. And he says when you're used to like the Vive the headset, which is already heavy, the weight similarity in jump in weight is similar to the weight that you have from headphones. So basically these are light headphones and the Apple ones are fucking heavy, and it's the same thing. So it will I don't know if they have the weight, but I think it's like 500 heavy. 500 heavy is good. Yeah, 600 grams. It's 3 iPhones. It is. Yeah. Maybe. But yeah. Like when you're used to glasses that weigh nothing and then you have 600 grams in front of your face, your muscle are not ready, and you will just it's just what will happen for the first, I don't know, the first time you will do that, and then you will force and it will be fine for like 20-30 minutes, and then the next day you will be sore. And yeah. I think we could have an exercise things. Do you have that domain, nexercise.com? Because if you do that, I'm sure you can sell something. For sure. No doubt. Buy the domain right now. Anyways. Please share that. I wanna see. We have an official subject for today because it's Monday. But yeah, if you have a link, please share. And also GK, if you have made some updates on your website, share a link or Figma files or everything. Redid the setting menu. All right, cool. So going back here, we have toggles, customize, keys, and premium. Meh. Sorry. I don't know about the glass hiding. I don't mind it, but because I clicked on customize and it was like sign in first. Yeah, maybe. I have a feeling that it would be interesting to get the sign in here directly. Like you see what you can customize, and so you can look at the fucking dices that you have, and then the button will be just sign in first or sign in to apply, and then you sign in, and then you arrive on this one that says it's locked because you're not paying for it. So I feel like that might be better than hiding data or hiding UI like this. But I mean, why not? Right? I still have a bit of an issue with the icons. Their accessibility is kind of debatable. They're very light and you don't really have labels to go with them, so not the look of the icons themselves, but just the maybe here you could have settings and here you could have login, or now log out technically, because that's supposed to log me out and in, right? That's, I mean, I know it switches the icon itself, but just give me information about what the fucking icon is doing, because otherwise I might, yeah. Yeah, I mean, not really a tooltip. Tooltip will be useless, but like a label, something that is just next to it, like logout and settings, and then home is a home. So we're good with that. No need to like notice, but and same thing here. Help would make sense. Yeah, just so that the user know what the thing would do. And going back in the game, I think I said that last time with the help. I have a feeling that the help might be better if it was inside of the game itself rather than at the top. But yeah, if you just change this is good. The fact that you have like toggles, do you want 3D animation? Do you not want 3D animation? Do you have a dark mode or light mode? Cool. Then you can customize things. That's pretty good. I don't know what the SSH key will do, but it does something. And then you need to donate first, which I don't really know how you can check if the donation has happened, but you probably have done something there. Probably. But yeah, that's better. It's better than what I remember, at least. I don't remember much, but yeah. What the fuck is that shit? Oh, damn it. The pill. Sorry. All right. Well, if it works, that's all that matters, right? And Cat, you should sleep rather than focus. You should do. A lot of people have said that to me, Bad Cop, when I'm trying to learn JS. They are telling me that I need to build something that makes sense to me. And if you needed to learn how to build a payment portal type of thing, you did that. That's good. Seems like a good option. Holy fuck me. Damn. Sorry. GK, that's a lot of changes. Damn. Sorry for the neighbors. God God damn. Damn. I'm impressed. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, with that website, I'm contacting you back after you send me a message saying, can we work together? I'm like, yeah, 100%. Damn. I like the subtle lines, as you were asking in the Discord, like the how did we call that shit? Exposed grid, yes, that thing. I mean, I like it. It's subtle. It's a tiny detail thing. It doesn't take the entire page, so that's a debatable thing. You need to do the yeah, do that, because that. However, if I'm entering your website, then that's what I'm seeing. I'm not going back. Sorry, I lied. But yeah, that's nice. It is really clean. We don't have much to read. Let's say that. I'm unsure about the about me. I think the title is not necessary. I think you could replace the about me by I'm a product designer. And then the from Ireland could be in gray underneath. So you just have that as I'm a product designer. It just like makes sense. You have your name, you have what you do, and then you have a bit of a description that some people could read, but it's not necessary. Same thing here, selected case studies. Is it really necessary to tell the user what these things are? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's not necessary and they can just click on it. And cat take your time. Don't do too much. But if you need to work, I get it. I get it. Maybe. Maybe work instead of case studies. I just have a hard time with that. The only thing that I will complain about is these two icons. They feel out of place for two reasons. The outline line is bigger than the grid, and so there is like a deprecancy, the whatever. It doesn't look the same. So this seems to be like a 2 points outline, and these are 1. If you remove that to 1, that would be better. 2 in my eyes. And then the icons themselves are like heavy, solid icons, which I would highly recommend line icons instead. There is plenty. Hero icon exists. The icon that I'm building exists as well, but I don't have social icons. I wouldn't tell you to do that. But yeah, it is a very, very different vibe, which it's really fun to me to have like that picture, which, if I'm not wrong, is from Japan, which is really calm, really like structured with the pillars and all that, and you have your website that is kind of the same thing. It has uniformity compared to the previous version, so I do like that. My icon for just for 2 icons is not like a valid purchase, right? If you just have 2 on your website, even if you were to add some icons in the case studies later for like titles and shit, you wouldn't use the 14,000 icons of my icon. My icon being the name of the icon pack, not my icon as in my own. My icon are these ones. Nonetheless. So yeah, I would change that potentially. Are you using I mean, I'm guessing you're using the Figma to Framer plugin. It should give you an SVG. And then if you have an SVG, you can just triple click to go down inside of the nodes. But what I would say is, if you have like a small amount of cash that you can spend on things, is it GeoDesign? It's this thing. I don't understand how this person doesn't have anything related to his other things. This is one of the best components for Framer that I bought, to be honest. I'm using it everywhere. Basically what it does, it gives you the ability to paste code from Figma directly to Framer, and then have some really easy to edit elements. It's a bit limiting in some situations, but overall it's just great. It works well, and I don't know, if you want to invest $19, expensive, I know, for SVGs on Framer, I would highly recommend that, because it just changes everything. If you go here, now we have that. Interesting. All of these icons right there are from the SVG slot thingy. You just have, it's just way cleaner than any other like importing SVG from Figma thing that I've tried. So I would recommend that. Even these. I think I even put these one as SVG slot. No, not this one, because it has multiple colors. Nonetheless, same thing. If you have issues with SVG and Framer, maybe you can use that to replace this. Otherwise, just try to find something like the hero icons. Maybe we'll have something. I don't think they have LinkedIn. Yeah, they don't have social icons. That's why I'm debatable on this one. I don't think untitled icons have socials? Shit, not there. Yes, there. Hmm. Yeah, but they're not great. I mean, the LinkedIn icon overall is not great anyway, so I wouldn't really say anything about that. Where the fuck did I put that? Here. Nonetheless, this thing has all of the icon sources that you can ever want. So maybe take a look at that. But yeah, I would go for something a bit more slim, or at least something that gives you the ability to slimify the look of the icons. I really think that the shit, I did that already. My bad. Do we have socials? We don't have socials, right? They didn't. So I guess the next one is pick an icon, because I know they have socials. And they are kind of the same type overall. They work pretty well. I could recommend them, but I forgot how and which one they have in the free version. Why? Yes, use that. Use that on hover. Just store Bad Cop's IP, and if the person that is watching your website is Bad Cop, then you have these icons instead. Yes, 100%. Yeah, I feel like probably maybe as an option, Pika icon may have a LinkedIn icon, and I think we have communication, messaging, chat. Is it an email? It should have been, but it's not. Somewhere in there is like an email thing for sure. Like you can't not have that. So peak icon, maybe. Hi Maddie. Also, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I can. Yes, I can. I did that also. And I'm still working on that thing. The shadows have been making it really nice. Really nice. But yeah. Stony's not there. Stony has been slipping in. Do you mean that chat here? Yeah, I know. Denny is here, yes. So let me show you how to let me show you how to get an icon that works. So let's say let's use one that is fine. You do the Framer, Figma to Framer plugin, right? That's the thing. Just click that. It will copy the layers that you need to have, and then in your Framer file. Why is it in light mode? Why the fuck are you in light mode? How? Anyways. If you're here, you just Command or Control V, and that's it. But then, as you can see, it is smaller than the box in which it is, and so that's because the import of SVG sometimes has a bit of a hard time understanding things. And so what I do is I double click this, which resizes it for some reason. And then once it's resized, if you click on it again, double click on it again, you then have the ability to just change shit, and maybe you need like a 1 point instead of a 2. That's it. It's a matter of double clicking the content a bit more than expected, and usually that's what you need to get your icon to work inside of Framer. It's not much, but that, to me, that's basically it. But yeah, and Cat, if you think that it's not readable, you can always change the theme. You have points. I know that, but then if you use the component thingy plugin that I sent earlier, this is SVG slot, you basically just have to go in your Figma file and you right click anything and you do copy paste as SVG, and then in Framer you just go here, paste, press enter, done. It's like the easiest thing ever. You see this? I have too many fucking pages. The fact that you have a white / gray background as an SVG, that's kind of crazy. But you can do that. And it works. So yeah, it's the plugin is really useful. The transfer, like the Figma to Framer plugin as well on Figma, is really good, and it could help to change these to make it like a tad bit better. But yeah, the fact that I'm thinking the reason why you're saying this is because your icons themselves contain the outline, and changing that would be a bit annoying. But specifically because it's probably going to be outlined in Figma. Maybe technically I can check that. You know what? It's not. That's kind of crazy though. Yeah, that matches with the outline I did. Yeah, whatever. That's a personal take. You choose. It's not necessary. It is called euphoric touch. That's all I can give you. I don't know if you can find it. That's all I have as well. I don't have more than that. But yeah, GK, that's great. That's a great update. I think the slab-ish serif font at the top is interesting. Not my cup of tea, but it works. It's what most people are currently using, like a bit of a serif font at the top for the tagline or the name or something to stand out compared to all of the sans serif things. Yeah, it's great. The changes are great. Before you go to work, I don't know if you're still looking. Are you planning on bringing back the kind words underneath, or do you think you will just use that? Alright, well, think about it and see how you can implement this to stay in the same overall feeling, maybe, of the website, or don't put them in. You decide. But yeah, I like the website like this personally. You still obviously need like links to the pages that are related, and obviously the pages themselves. But yeah, that's a good improvement. And I don't think, I mean, once you have the links to the pages and the pages themselves, I think you should try again your method of applying to jobs with the exact same thing that you had before, to see if the conversion grows. I think it will, based on the difference between the previous version and this one. So yeah, keep me updated. It's a great update. Great update. Then I know the sad thing about freelancing that you haven't encountered yet is currently you have clients that are coming in, and you will have what we call cold periods where clients are not coming in as much. So that's why, once again, double your rate every time. But yeah, for now you have clients, and that's neat. And yeah, there is nothing better than just working for yourself and not having to do things for a boss or something. But yeah, one of the thing that I have had a hard time in the beginning, and I will also tell you to do that, make sure you are paying your taxes on time, enough, like exactly the amount that you need to pay. And I don't know how it works in Italy, but if it's like France, it's a monthly thing. If it's like the US, it's a yearly thing. And if it's a yearly thing, then make sure that you are putting enough on the side to pay taxes. Like, include in your brain the amount of taxes that you need to pay, because that can hurt. No, I didn't pay taxes in the beginning, because in France we have some sort of a benefit of if you earn less than a certain amount, which is kind of high. I think it's 14,000. You don't need to pay taxes. But as soon as you are like 14,001 euros, they tax you on the entire thing. So that hurt. Wasn't planned, and it happened. So there's that, and then there is the other thing of we have governmental help as well when it comes to taxes. When, for example, here I opened a new company last year in June, and so from June last year to June this year, instead of paying my 25%-ish taxes on any client work that I'm doing, I'm paying only 13 for the first year, 17 or 20 on the second year, and then we go into 25 on the third year. So it's a bit of an ease in to make sure that a company can grow without paying too much taxes. That's the thing. But yeah, if you I took a look at Japanese taxes. It's 53%. It's a lot. I don't want to open a company here. And yeah, if it's 5K, maybe you already have reached that. So make sure, right? Once again, reminder for everyone, pay your fucking taxes. Just, yeah, maybe. I need to speak Cantonese though, or Mandarin. I don't know which one they are speaking in Hong Kong. I forgot, and my Cantonese is rusty as fuck. Yep. Yeah, I forgot everything. I tried to remember how to say hi, but I forgot. Anyways. Official topic of the day, because it's Discovery Monday. It's a new week, it's a new Monday, it's a new discovery. So we are looking at this tiny thing that is called Rive, which is an animation tool for the web. I don't even know how to explain it, but they are building or helping you to build interactive elements like that amazing Get Started button, which has great interaction overall, right? As long as you're hovering, you have something happening. So it's a very long animation up until it launches, or that amazing Get Started at the top, which is one of my favorite. Cat trying to catch you, right? Type of thing. So these are great. I don't really know much. I opened the app and the editor in the past, and I have been lost. I saw this, I didn't understand shit. So today we're trying to do something that makes sense. Going back to what we have done in the past, I want to build something that is easy, hence that's worse. Hence, I think I want to build this inside of Rive. Work? I don't know. no. That's better. That is better for readability. Yes, 100%. And Stacks, hi, welcome on in. The time in Japan is 7:01. I'm tired already. That's the sad thing. But how are you? It's been a while. Also, I saw your name last week. Where? I forgot. I saw your name last week somewhere. I need to make my my color switch that I didn't do just yet. So yeah. Alright. Yeah. Apparently, I have reached my file limit. So, I'm gonna open this one and pretend it's a new file. So, what do we see when we arrive on Rive? When we arrive on Rive for the first time? Let me see. Can I zoom in a tad? Kind of complicated. All right. So, similar to the design tool that we are used to, I'm thinking that on the left side we have our layer list, hierarchy and assets. I feel like that's the thing. On the center you have the canvas size. That is pretty simple. You have the timeline. At the bottom there is a state machine, which is the thing that I didn't understand in the first time, so we'll see about that. And then we have the tools at the top. Pretty simple. On the left side we have something that is similar to the inspector, but because we have nothing on our Canva, I was about to say we have no changes, but yeah, it's basically the inspector. So if you click on anything on your Canva, you will have different values and different options on the left. So that is pretty simple. Holy hi. Good day. It's the same day. It's the same day today. So, question for you as someone who is watching the stream. Do you want me to try to build the entirety of that directly in Rive? Or do I use the plugin? How am I so smooth? As in my brain, or something else? My ass? I scrub. I have an exfoliant. I don't even know if there is a plugin for Rive. Doesn't seem to be. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. Well, yeah, I have a feeling that there must be something, but it's not there. It's not there. It's gonna be simple. It's gonna be pretty simple. I need You know what? I'm gonna try something weird. I'm gonna select something. I'm gonna see if it works. If I just copy and paste. You know, Command C, Command V. Does it work? No, it doesn't. Shit. The third drink, and then you are asking yourself why you didn't sleep for 40 hours, bitch. All right, you know what? Let me attempt. Let's attempt number one. Oh yeah. They said yes, but they also said no at the same time. They say uploading SVG from that. Oh, it's just there, you bitch. I said nothing. Forget about it. Can I stroke secondary on top of that? Maybe. We have 11. So let's just do 10, you know, because that makes more sense. Can we offset it? No, we can't. Shit. Well. I can't do that. Yeah, no, I can't do that. All right. Cat, that's not great. Yeah, I mean you need to invest 50k. That's the thing. That is kind of hard every time, isn't it? Why do we have too many rectangles? What the fuck? Oh. Sorry, I'm discovering things at the same time, so let's not just do that. So copy as SVG again, and then apparently, I think if I'm doing this, I'm getting a new asset that I can then import and paste. Not like this, above. Cool. And then the background itself is gonna need some sort of a linear gradient. We're gonna take. They should have an app to avoid these issues. Oh shit. And it's a bit of a reversed option, so I'm gonna do that. It is a radial here. Cool. So 333 to 12, 12, 12. Here, and then this is 12. Cool. Let's see if we can just do nothing about it. I think that's enough, right?
King_Ultron99 just resubscribed for 3 months. Let's go.
And yes, Denny, that is a good way of thinking about it. Welcome back. It's been a while. 3 months of sub. I appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes as always. How are you? How have you been? I have doubts on my ability to do the lights around the knob. Huge doubts. Huge doubts. What happened? I don't know. I missed something, so maybe I need to create something. Can I pen tool this? Apparently I can't pen tool this. What are we working on today? We are doing the new series of Discovery Monday, and we are trying to explore a new tool called Rive and see how it's working. And right now, it's it's not. That's the issue. It's not working as I want it to work. So. That's an interesting way of doing it. It's not really how I planned this thing, but it will 100% be much easier to play with the position of it. That's for sure. So if we have the needle and then we have the background, we kind of need, for the pasted one, I want to drop shadow if that's an option, but apparently it's not. What the fuck? Sorry. Danny, why? Have a good look. TK. What happened? What? Who you? Why? So technically these two in the background are not necessary for moving, so at least I'm good with that. But if I'm doing rotations, right, we're starting somewhere around here. I'm thinking it's a minus 140. It's probably gonna be the position that we need, and then if we rotate it, it's not gonna be frames. It's not an animation. It's an interactive element, so that I'm thinking it's probably gonna be a state thing. Also, this not being centered is kind of killing me in terms of how do you want me to have that placed properly? Is it that Bitch. Sorry. I don't know. I don't know why I lost all of the changes from one to the other, but yeah, like how the fuck? This is really weird. I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably missing something when arriving on the UI for the first time, like, I don't know, tutorials. Also, sorry for the flashbang because that was kind of strong. But the fact that if you switch tab, you're good, but if you switch tab, you're not good. That is weird to me. Like, why? Anyways, let's do that. If I can't do that. I have the same rotation, the same placement. Okay, cool. So I wish there was like a bit of an explanation of what the fuck that is and how the fuck that things is working, because to know. Yeah. It is confusing. As a first time encounter, if you haven't watched any tutorial, I am 100% sure that you are in the same situation as me, where you don't get it. At least I don't get it. That makes no sense. So let's just say it's a 1 second thing, and then we are just gonna rotate that. Really need to be not on arc for this. Let's do 140. It's right on the other side. So that's the rotation that we need to have, which I do understand, but then that means that we have our timeline here on entry, which I don't know what that is. Right? Like, it plays the timeline on entry. And I can create events, but they don't exist. If I press enter, I don't have things. I'm missing something? I am, but I don't know what that is. Missing. Like, once again, no help, nothing, whatever. So let's check that again. We have listeners and we have inputs, which I don't know what that is either. So if I create a listener, that and then from the pointer enters, I have, which is right, the option. I need an input. It's the same thing for me, not gonna lie. I want to do things that make sense in my head, but apparently I can't. Like if I create an input with, which I don't know what that is, but if I create an input with a specific number, I want to be able to apply that specific number into my rotation. That way, from the listener point of view, if the listener does the thing, then I can play with the inputs, but apparently that's not the case. So that is complicated. If I play, I just have the fucking thing playing, which makes no sense. Can I remove that shit? I know that Refused has been playing with this, and so if they were here, could help. If anyone here have played with Rive in the past, please chime in. Tell me what I'm missing, if I'm missing something, and yeah. First of all, I'm missing the that 12072, and then in design, in timeline, I did 24072. So let's just do 12 here as well, so that it's, you know, it would be good. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't. Yeah. Makes no sense. Okay. Like if I delete the layer, I'm getting no more anything. This is worse than I thought. I thought the learning curve for this thing would be pretty easy compared to other tools, but even with my background in motion graphics, which is what I learned in school, it's been a while, but still, this UI makes no sense to me. So let's reevaluate what I can see and what I can think about. What is this thing? That's an event tool. We have a text tool. We have things here that makes no sense to us, so that's cool. We have animations, so we can create different animations, timelines, if you want to have different things happen. The state machine seems to do states, but we don't have inputs, so we need to create inputs. And if we have a trigger thing and a listener on the custom shape, you can't. Am I missing something? Yeah, I've been saying that 3 times already. You can't select or define the trigger. Like I have a trigger, which is called trigger 1, that doesn't do Shit, I can't link it to something else. I don't think. Refused, hi. Welcome back. I'm trying to understand how it works, and it makes absolutely no sense. So thank you for being here. I appreciate that. I want this to be an on grab. Right now, it's just an animation that goes from minus 140 to 140. But it makes no sense. Have a good luck, rest of your day. See you later, Ashley. Appreciate that. And all the same thing. Yeah, I wanna recreate this UI type of thing from Figma to Rive, like a very simple knob thingy. And for now, I'm just trying to get the pointer thing to work. The dots will probably be more complicated than I think. But yeah, for now, I just want to be able to, with the trigger or an input or something. I don't get it. The fact that there is no tutorials anymore because I've tried the tool a long time ago is kind of hard. They do, but the goal of Discovery Monday is to jump into a platform and see how intuitive it is. So, me going in another website to look at documentation is out of the question. Like, if here there was a tutorial like we had on Spline, when I'm here, right? I have tutorials right there. And that makes sense. Like right here, okay, cool. If I don't know what I need to do, I can go there. But then when you here, you have learn right there, but it's the same thing. It's sending you to another page. So it's also flash banging all of us for no reason. I'm in dark mode. So yeah, and also the fact that these things, like the one that I'm trying to manipulate right now is the state machine, is a long ass article that I need to look for. That's kind of yeah, that makes no sense. Like, I wish this could be an event, but we can't have a grab event, apparently, because it's an animation-based thing. And yes, Refuse, please share link of stuff. Like that. That makes no sense. Like here, for example, one of the things that I should have is the reverse of that timeline, and that custom shape is gonna just be here to here, right? And so in my state machine, if I'm adding in here, if I'm adding my timeline 2, then sending that here, it should technically, right, go through timeline 1, then go through timeline 2, but it doesn't do that because something is not working. Right, that makes sense. Needs an event or a something that would give me like a reverse property, I guess. Bang. That's a lot of interactions. I tried the arrow here. All right, so I'm gonna say something that I don't know. This is great. That's the first thing I will say. This is great. I feel like for what you're using it for, Rive is becoming like Flash player when I started designing things. So, or Firefly, or Firework, sorry. So back in the days in Adobe environment, we used to design everything in Flash because that's where we could create the interactions more easily than in HTML and CSS. And so we had entire websites built with Flash. What you're building here seems to be really close in a way to that era of the internet. Like you're building the entirety of your website, maybe, if it can load, which apparently it doesn't. You're loading animation in Rive, and then you also have the interactions here and there that are built in the animation. Technically speaking, it's not a bad thing to do. It's just it might be heavier on the user at the end, and the entirety of the animation is good. You may need to have a swap in between the end of the animation to the HTML page that looks the exact same, to make sure that the user is having like a real input that they can type in and shit like that. But I don't know. It's still good. It's still good. The small animations that you have and interactions that you already have, like this tick, is great. It's a subtle mask that just gives you the impression that it's doing that. And it's great. You have a shine on the... So I just saw the shine go. Yeah, you do. Damn, that highlight in the center that goes like this. That's cute. Damn. Anyways. This is good. This is good. The projectors as well in the beginning that just do that. It's really nice. But it might, once again, it might be a bit too complicated. I know I remembered some of the things that you've sent me in the past, like logo animations, not logo animations, button animations, and like building an entire web page inside of it. That's a lot. That's a lot of work for no real reason. But yeah. That's what you said. Oh yeah. All right. All right. I'm guessing maybe if I'm doing that. Yeah. It is similar in a way to the way that spline works for the states, like base state, second state, whatever, for your animations. At least from what I can see, I have a feeling that technically I could probably have some sort of a reverse event type of thing on that overall animation interactions, but right, if I have my listener, I need to create an event. That's the thing that I'm seeing. But then that needs to have an event inside. So I need to create an event from here or some sort. This is confusing to me. Nothing makes sense. So it does the overall... Oh, was the event not working so it was in playing mode? It is. It is. Alright, so if I add an event, I don't know what that is, but if I add an event right here, and then on my entry, I'm selecting my event, whichever it is. See? Or at the start, I don't know what that does. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Yeah. I don't even think that the event itself can be linked in any way to the entry points, apparently. Shit, not bad. And nothing really makes any sense. Right? I mean, at least to me, it doesn't really mean shit. Just that the event is following the needle, but it doesn't give me any options. And we have an input right here with the trigger, which is not necessary. We have the thing with the custom shape, which is a listener, but it really doesn't do anything. And we have Boolean input that wouldn't really work. It is confusing. I'm not gonna lie, this is just it's just one simple app that at least should be simple, but yeah, makes no sense. If I think about it as not an event-based animation, and it's just an animation, then that's good. But if I wanted to say instead of having an entry, it's just like on hover, which is what you had in the on the button, right? On hover, you have the button that grows, and on hover of the link forgot your password, it changes opacity. If I wanted to be like on hover of these, it would just rotate. That could work. Orange is kind of weird, but it's It's more brown than orange. I can't really change that, sadly. The hue shift is just... we are limited. I think in light mode, it's more better. But still. What is in your file? Hey, it's more subtle. I mean, yeah, if you can send me like a screenshot, or I don't know if you can send me the file so that I can look into it, but I see the fact that I can't even select something and like right click delete it, delete the entire layer one content. That is kind of weird. Yeah, I know. I just didn't do the flip. I know. I can though. These viewers. All right. This is light. And
Phil's just resubscribed for 14 months.
Phil, welcome back. 14 months. Good morning. I hope you're good. Ah, shit. That's the wrong fucking thing. How is you? How is everything? Let's move source. Oh no. Yeah, I know. So let's add a move source on this one, which is going to be light, and that light is going to take my chat sideways. It doesn't have a custom duration. It do have a crop 110 at the top, and that, yes. So now that we have this, we need the trigger to be enabled, and if I duplicate that and call that dark, I should have done the opposite, but that's fine. We have the same thing, same cut, same whatever. Cool. So now my light mode is gonna take 110 to 0. Shit. 110 to 0. Bitch. Why am I in katakana right now? Makes no sense. I will end people. Shit. think. My brain doesn't work right now. So I need to reverse the top at -110 and get my bottom at +110. Yeah. Cool. Made a mistake. Holy shit. Welcome on in. Rive is officially I fucked up. Rive is an animation tool that is supposed to be here, but I'm struggling to fix it, and now I just fucked the chat at the bottom of the stream, so I'm trying to fix that. For fuck's sake. Where's my crop? Because the chat is not readable on that background, and then he wanted me to fix it, so I kind of wanted to fix it, but for some reason it doesn't work. I'm doing that. It's good. It's readable. If I'm doing this, it's back. So we're kind of good. It's not aligned, but that's fine. That will trigger me anyways. That's okay. And so now on the theme switcher, my light mode 2024, I need to change another thing, which is on OBS we will have a scene filter visibility that is on chat. We are gonna enable, what is this filter? Light. We're gonna enable dark to visible, and then on dark we are going to do the same thing, but it's gonna enable light to visible. Cool. Should be good. Should be good. Let's see if I do that. Does that work? Nope. We do that again. That kind of works. Yeah, it has a fat ass delay, but it does work. Oh shit, you redeemed nighttime. My bad. I didn't know we could download Rive files. Also, I don't think I can do that. Because you said nighttime, Denny. You fucked up. Can I import a file? No, I can't. And they say I can't do that. Refused. They say can't import Rive, but can import Rev. I don't know. Maybe if I'm getting the app, let's check with the app. Maybe that's the thing. Live install and all that shit. Who am I? What am I doing? Makes no sense. I've been trying Amy to replace Notion Calendar. It's pretty good. It's kind of better. But yeah. You see all that shit? That's an on-hover bitch. I want to do that. Can I do that now? Can I just do this? No. Import a Rev instead. What do you mean? Ah. I don't know. It makes no sense. So weird. Like you exported the fucking thing. Shit, not that. You exported the thing in like directly in from here. I'm guessing, right? You said something like download and it gives you a Rive file. But I cannot open a Rive file from here. This makes no sense. Yeah. Also, this being a flashbang every time is really not appreciated. Do you have a thing that is talking about import? No? For fuck's sake. Fix your search. I wanted to like this product so much, but it's been a pain since I started trying using it the first time. Like, I really wanted to understand how it was supposed to working, and what I could be able to do inside of this thing, but for some reason it just doesn't do anything good. Like, nothing is intuitive. As I said, even for someone like me that has a background in motion design in like After Effects, Premiere Pro, all that thing, it should be easy. I have the background for an animation tool, but the way that they have built their whole UI is so different. Like, the timeline I get, that's good. That's easy. That's an easy thing. But the state machine, without any help, not really good. So. Oh. That's easier. X, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Either your file is heavy as fuck, or your file is heavy. Okay. So you have multiple elements in multiple things, like splitted as component, I think. So you can nest artboards. That is interesting. I didn't know you could do that, but I guess based on the tools, right, that kind of makes sense. So if I'm looking for this, you have a clicked timeline, which is here, and then you have a hover. Okay. So basically, from what I understand from here, is my states are supposed to be timelines, and then it's basically, if I'm hovering, you always have your entry that is on start, but then if you hover, which is kind of weird, because you don't have an event listener, you have a trigger listener that is like a boolean hover true false, but I don't really know how you have that set up. Like, it's not really making any sense. Saying condition on the hover. So if the hover is true, then you do something. The thing is, how do you define your hover? Like, it doesn't really pointer. Oh, so you have a pointer in. Ah, Josh, hi, welcome on in. How is you? So let's say I wanted to have a new timeline for the harvest date, and my timeline will take the stroke offset from here to, I don't know, 30 frames, which is like a second, to here. Right, it's a subtle thing. It's just doing this. 30 frames for it's kind of weird, but fine. So don't worry about it, it's fine. So then in my state machine, I can have a listener that happened, and I can say, if I take my timeline 3 here and do that, so if I'm using my condition and I have my, I need an input first. If I get a Boolean hover, then I'm taking this condition hover is true, you go here, and then the listener is gonna be on event. No, not even. Doesn't do the thing that I wanted to do just yet. Well, have a good iOS update. What the fuck? What are you talking about? So that is pointer enter, which is what I want, right? Means hover is true. But then my secondary one, I want on click, right? Pointed down, I think. That is supposed to do something else, meaning that I needed a secondary input that is also a Boolean of true false, which is click. And so my secondary custom shape thing is going to be on click is true. And if click is true, I want that to go through, right? I don't think it's really the right thing, but like condition is on click to go to the timeline 1. But like this is weird. I can't. It doesn't go through. It's supposed to. Ah! All good. All good. Why do I have to set... Oh, so it's a secondary condition? The thing is, I will still be hovering. Like if I'm entering to grab that and then I click, which is the point, right? Hovering here doesn't really do anything, and then on click it should do something else, but it doesn't. Oh! All good, all fine. I don't think grabbing is an option really. I think it's just similarly to what you have. No, you don't have. Similarly to what you have on the loading screen of the dragon head following your cursor, it's most likely going to be follow cursor position rather than on grab, I think. But even then, like the only thing that I want to do is potentially just have a plus button that is doing a 10-degree increase on my rotation. So there is a mouse down input kind of thing, but yeah, mouse enter, mouse down, mouse up, pointer move, that's all we have. So what you're trying to tell me is like if I'm hover true, that's the thing, and then this one is gonna be click true, but then if I'm duplicating hover true and I'm renaming that to false, because you know that's easy. Oh, I should have done toggle, whatever. Click is toggle between the two, so that's not gonna be click true, click false, it's gonna just be right, mouse down, toggle. Not really. Abysmal. Hi, welcome on in. I can animate in Figma, but this is another software we're testing out this thing, which doesn't work. Thank you for the drink, I appreciate that. We have things that are really supposed to work, but they don't. Right. So what you're saying is my condition is mouse hover true, then you go to timeline 3, and then mouse hover false. I'm guessing they need to be in a very specific order, so I'm gonna do hover false, click true, or toggle, then it's supposed to go here. That's to me is supposed to work, but for some reason the hover doesn't really do anything. Like even the pointer enter doesn't do anything. Like it doesn't do anything. And also the event things should be more easier to grasp. So timeline 3 is really easy. It does nothing. It just on hover elongate the ticker, just to showcase that you have something that is hovering, which technically I should do that in a very quick, like hover type of animation. And I'm thinking, like, if it's a Bezier curve, that would be even easier, but whatever. But then, right, I'm entering thing. Can I do that? No. I'm thinking, can I just have my my conditions? But no. So if my hover is true, and so my hover right here doesn't have shit, well, whatever. If my hover is true, it means that my pointer is entering the custom shape. Knowing that my custom shape is just a 1 pixel by 1 pixel element, this is probably going to be hard, I guess. But, you know, we never know. So if I'm entering that line, which apparently I can do pretty easily here, then I'm playing the timeline 3. Cool. On timeline 3, if I'm clicking on this thing, technically the hover force is not necessary. Like, I should be removing that. It's just if you click on it. Then if I click on it, it's supposed to go to timeline 1, which then automatically, after a delay of 1 second, it should, 2 seconds, it goes to timeline 2, right? Because I have 1 second animation. But hi, welcome on in. How are you? Good day. I am not in the greatest shape ever, but I'm fine. Let's say that. So you see that hover thing? It should have went there, but it didn't. No, it's not just Monday. It's just like overwork with Twitter during the weekend. Shit happens. I can't. I'm receiving notification. Ah. I had one tweet on the 21st, which was yesterday, like in the morning, technically, and it's been seen too much for my inactive Twitter account, and I've been replying to almost all of the people who have had an interaction with this fucking thing, so I'm kind of exhausted. Other than that, we good. All right. So let's see. Any state being the same thing, if I'm hovering, is true, then it goes to timeline 3. But it doesn't. It doesn't let me. And I can't do that. No. So the replies, going back to the Twitter things, the replies are not that angry. As said earlier, there have been people that have been saying things like that, no background dims, when I'm saying, um, like right here, that you can dim the background already. So it's just people that saw this and were like, oh, no background dims, which I understand. It's a tweet longer, so they don't expand it. It's fine. But still. But then I feel sorry for that first person because it's just a quote tweet. And then they receive the exact same amount of notifications for no reason. And one of the weird thing about Twitter and that entire thread is that this person has been replying to everything, and I didn't see any notification related to their messages. It was hard. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but everything was pretty friendly, and people are kind of agreeing with me, so that's okay. Some people are not agreeing with me at all, which is fine, and it's fun. It's what makes the discussion interesting. But dang, there is like one person that just has been this guy, person here that with that description, I had a hard time to judge how much trolling they were doing. So I tried to entertain the conversation for a while, but at the end I decided to go with the power move of that, because that last message just broke me. It just makes no sense. So I was like, all right, cool. Anywho, that was a lot of brain power for no reason during the weekend. That's what happened. And then I tried to relax and do things, and it didn't work. So now I'm here, tired, and yeah. So apparently I can't link the entry to the any state for some reason. And I can't really like link the entry and the any states to the thing, I think. Oh, and now it works. It did work, but it's not a conditional thing. Okay, cool. So it now condition? Can now that works? No. The thing is, if I unlink the entry and I just have the any state thing, when I'm pressing play to start the animation, it goes to entry first, but it's not going to any state. So no, not really. I copied the SVG from Figma, not the needle. The needle is just a thing that I created on my own. I need to do it from the any state. Can I? And I can't any state to entry and then entry to that. I don't get it. As you can see. It might be the size of this not being big enough. It's the same. It's the same. This is Rive. Rive dot what? Rive dot app. Yeah, I guess the shape is probably too small. I mean, technically, I don't know. I'm gonna add a shape just in case. So let's add an ellipse, an ellipse that is gonna be there, right? At like 1% opacity, so it's not visible, but it's still here. And I'm gonna have my hover force to be on that shape, ellipse thing. My hover true to be on that shape as well, and then my click to be on that shape as well. And then hope. Ah, shit, I forgot that. It's fine. It's fine. So click through. Cool. Yeah, that, yeah. Oh, sorry. That, oh. Yeah, it was the size of the thing. Yeah. That the trigger on this one is just So this one has, I think it's a timeline duration thing again. Let's see if we fix that. Interesting. Interesting. It reverses the hover state slowly when it reaches the other side. That's kind of weird, but it works. That's better than I thought. It's still a shitty UX understanding for someone who is new. It basically means that you 100% need a tutorial to make sure that you understand how it works. You can't do what I just did, which is diving in. I think if Refused wasn't in chat, I wouldn't have figured it out without getting a tutorial or something. There's a bit of a glitch right there. Yeah, no, I do too, but there is no hint of things that you can do inside of the app, unless you flashbang yourself and go in the learn section that is technically going to send you to the website that is technically redirecting you to the documentation, in which you need to look at things and understand, like click on the state machine and how the fuck does that work, all of that. But unless I'm doing this, I don't have anything in here that tells me, oh yeah, you just need to do that at a state. Like what is this plus doing? Like, give me a tooltip that explain to me as a new user what that is gonna do. Like, I know from understanding that it's gonna take a secondary state machine, but what does it mean? I don't know. Like, I know that from refused file you have the idle of the button, the harvest state, and the clicked state, and then you have transition between all of them. Like, the fact that I said that here because I've seen the other file first. The thing that I'm thinking about right now is that they are counting on new people to click on these 5 presetted file, kinda, and explore from them, which, right, it makes sense. It's there. But if you just start from a blank fucking file and you arrive here, there is no help icon everywhere on that UI, like usually around here. There is nothing that helps me to understand what I can do, what I can't do. And when I'm pasting from Figma, it goes into the asset panel, so I have 3 times the same things because it's I pasted multiple times and they don't rename themselves, which is kind of weird, but whatever. The animation sections give me different timelines, but one state machine here, but I can create a secondary state machine here, which technically is the same thing as creating a secondary state machine there, I think. But not necessarily, because this secondary state machine is a layer of that state machine 1. And if I create a secondary state machine, that layer 1 is tied to that state machine 2. Makes no sense. So then you have things that are named the same way that you have them named in code, as in inputs and listeners. That's good. They don't do anything close to what you have or are used to in code or in Figma or anything. Like, your input is a number, not a string, so it's whatever, it's a string of number. You have a boolean, true, false, and then you have a trigger, which is also technically a true, false, but without the user interaction. Kinda. So fine. And then your listener is just, you create a listener, right? The UX of creating a new input is just, you have a drop down and you have things. The UX of creating a listener, you click the plus, you have the new listener. And then from that, you need to navigate to the other side of the fucking UI to go in, select the thing that you want to be listened to. And then from there, you have your listeners drop downs, which we know my mouse onto my mouse, leave, click, like, I mean, pointer down, pointer up, and pointer move. That makes sense. But for me, I would probably say if we want to have like a similar UX across the bricks of the UI, I would have that drop down there, right here. Like if I'm clicking on listeners, I want to select the type of listener that I want, and then I want to know what element I put that listener on. Like that makes more sense to me. Right? It's just like I'm here, and then you should, like that. That click drag location thing makes way more sense to me. And if you had like an anchor that you could drag out, I don't know, maybe it makes sense. I don't know. It's an option. So maybe having the same UX thing, but then you have the plus here that is just giving you an entirely new state machine layer on that state machine one. If you have another state thing. So I have a feeling that based on what you had on your file, refused, I could have like a first state that is on hover, right? And so it just means that I could have like a timeline reverse for the timeline 3, like based on this. If hover is false, then you just retract the nibble of the pointer, right? Instead of doing this, it's just going back if I'm out, and that's my layer 1. And then on my layer 2, it's based on my start, which would be the trigger here. It goes to the other side or it doesn't. I haven't heard state machine ever. State machine makes no sense to me. Like, you could have called that states, because you're just basically triggering states. So it feels weird. All that to say that it feels weird. It's I think it's a widely used concept in dev, but when I was in motion design, we have never heard of state machine. We had states. Yeah, you have a state 1 or state A or state B. You have your pre-comp that you can use as a state, but we never talked about state machine in any motion design lessons, courses, whatever that I had. It was a long time ago, I know, but still. Nah. I guess, yeah, game dev and web dev. And as you said, like game dev, game animation, makes sense. If structurally speaking, semantically speaking, the word state machine makes sense. It's a machine that take care of your states. Cool. You could have called that states. It would have been easier. Just add an S instead of just state machine. You call that states. You're good. No, I know it's not the same thing. It's just it's always that issue that I have with new tools that are supposed to be accessible, but that are using the most technical terms, because the people in the industry or the people in the like circle around that concept that they are building understand that concept 100%, and so they use the technical terms because it's what makes sense to them. But once again, I'm the perfect example of a newcomer to the tool, as said, with a background in animation, and I don't get it. Yeah. But that... Nah. Yeah. Don't worry about it. I get it. Color blindness is fine. I will. You okay? Don't worry about it. Yeah. I guess it's let's say that I guess it's just a concept that I have never really encountered, and or if I have, I forgot the name. Hence, it not making any sense. My point still stands. For someone that is like me and that has no fucking understanding of what it is, the name doesn't really speak to me. Specifically when it's called State Machine 1. But yeah. Yeah, I do understand the relationship between the states, and therefore having some conditional gates to be able to go to the next states and not having the ability to go to something different. But I feel like I could also do something like something like this with a condition, and that condition could be the same. Like if I'm hovering true, and then if I'm hovering true on this one, it's supposed to go to the other one, but with that condition here that is locking or creating a gate, it wouldn't go. But if I do delete that, now it's fucked, because it's one or the other. So that's a weird situation in my head. Yeah, baffled. I think that's my point. Kinda. It also makes sense, going back to the using the technical terms, right? If you want the users that even inexperienced one to understand your tool, and then to be able to explain things to them later, if you are knowledgeable on the subject, then you want to use the right technical terms so that when the user is trying to understand or ask you a question about a very specific point on that UI, they use the technical term, and then you can know exactly where or what they are talking about. Because if I was to say the node handler, because these are nodes, maybe that makes no sense to them. So there is case in point on any fucking thing they want to do, but there seems to be a lack of tooltips. I'm trying to reduce the main issue that I have to its minimal point of entry, which I think is the lack of information about the thing that you're trying to do. There is two potential reasons for that. As someone who has played with Rive in the past and has created 3 different files to explore the app a long time ago when they started, maybe these tooltips existed in the first and second file and then disappeared after the third one. Maybe. And so now we are coming back to a file that is supposed to be something that I've seen in the past. So potentially the tutorials is going away, or has gone away for that reason. Or there has never been tooltips and they just fucked something. I don't know. But it's kind of weird overall. There. The exit doesn't do shit. That's interesting. I'm not having any issue right now. I'm having overall understanding issues and lack of tutorialing inside of the app while I'm trying to build something. Like I would love for the ability, like to have a harvest state here that will explain to me if I'm staying on the plus for like more than 3 seconds, which is usually the time that we have. That says creating a layer 2 will give you the ability to have a secondary state machine layer on that initial state machine to handle other states. I don't know. Actually, hi, welcome back. It's going bad. But yeah, it can. If we look at the file from here, technically I should have gone on the somewhere else. I don't know how to preview the file though. It's a good point. It's not even an argument at this point. It's just like, yeah, you see, like this is loading the first nested animation and then it goes into something else. So yes, to answer your question, yes, you can have multiple it can handle multiple animations. But Like, it doesn't... It doesn't really make sense to me for this thing that you need to, like, have on your overall animation to get... It's also... With that example, once again, I said that already, but like, with that example of creating a login registration page, I don't feel like this is the right use case. It works. Unless you're building a game, once again. Like, if you're building this, yeah, alright, cool. Maybe you need like a login thing before, but I still feel like it should be dev'd rather than animated. It's still cool, like the amount of things that you can do. That's neat. But also thinking about it, looking at it, and looking at all of the animation that I can see right here, most of them are things that Figma can handle up until looping animation and like collision detection. Other than that, I'm not saying that it would be easier in Figma though. Absolutely not. I think it's easier here. Nonetheless, still, the complexity just to have that rotation, like well, you can have a timeline in Figma. That's the thing. Like, if you really... Bitch, where you at? If you really need a timeline, you have Figmotion that will give you a timeline. I forgot something. Yeah, no, we good. Bitch. Did I just do that? I just did that. One day. So technically speaking, yes, you can use Figmotion to get your animation to work and do the thing that you want, which it's not the most ideal thing, but whatever. This is such the wrong size of window. But yeah, Figmotion can give you that, which gives you the ability to look at all of your vectors in your Figma frames and all of this, and then you can have that. And you see, I have a tutorial. right away so that I can understand how things work, which technically right now, because this thing is supposed to be like full screen. Bitch, put me in full screen. Then you have like a bit of a preview, but yeah. I think, yeah, you can play that with the prototype. Anyways, let me just get rid of that. It's still like creating this inside of Figma was extremely easy for me. And yeah, I don't know. You have a delay. Sorry about that. I do have a fat ass delay. But going back to this one, it doesn't seem to be an on grab, or it doesn't seem to have a grab animation option. Like even the community thing, this one, that thing is not on grab. It's a mouse position inside of it, so it's a fake on grab type of thing. That it works, but I don't know. I have doubts. That's what I'm saying. Being dragged doesn't exist. And the change state is would be a timeline. So basically on mouse down, you need to start a timeline. From what I do understand here, which is kind of the same thing that we have here. Like on mouse down, I'm starting a timeline that is going back here, and then it's reverting to the other timeline to go back. So once again, from what I understand of Rive, it is mostly an interaction animation app rather than a prototyping behavior. Oh yeah, but don't worry, me neither. I don't know how it works either, but it's just like it's not a they have mouse move. I'm thinking about the listeners here. You have pointer move. So if you have a pointer down and a pointer move, then you could potentially have something that is triggered, but it's the same thing. It is triggered on. It's not like a draggable element. Let's see if I can search. You have like a thing with a lot of arrows, but so you have that option, but then if I release, it's releasing. That is interesting. Yeah. um, yes, of course. Do you have a link or something? So from what I'm seeing right there, right, they have like move 3 from the 3rd position to go back, and they basically have 3 timelines. Yeah, you can share a link in chat, don't worry about it. They have 3 timelines, 3 base timelines, one that is looping, which is interesting. That's something that I didn't know that existed. And yeah, it's kind of complicated though. And it's basically like you're starting on idle, which does nothing, and then if you press, so a boolean thing of is press, which is your listener input thing, and then you have so many fucking listeners, like if the id box is up in position 2, then it goes back to this. So that would mean, technically speaking, for me here, if I wanted to have all of my nodes to light up like I did here, I would have to do is 1, is 2, is 3, is whatever up until I'm arriving to the 100%. And then it's just an on drag, and it's based on where I end up position wise, it triggers the right return. Ugh. That feels like a lot of animation when you can just do that. Like, I know that technically this is kind of cheating. I'm not like rotating the knob itself, and also I stopped here. But this is like 2 frames. 2 frames going from here to on here with an on drag, which is a property that we know, and that's it. And I didn't have to do anything else than this. It's just like I decided that this was an on drag with a smart animate. Done. It took me 6 seconds. Whereas here, if I had to do the same amount, like even if I did 3, like a 1, 2, 3 to have like 4 different points of entry, it's way too much work. I don't know. So style for nav, top nav. I don't know if you remember this one. I don't know if you were here when we talked about this one. I don't know if they have a navigation at the top. And I need to click on enter. They have a very bad top navigation. But it just reminded me of this website because it's kind of the same ID. It's a big ass map. Nonetheless, Ashley, if you have something to say, please say that. Yeah, it doesn't take much space and it's pretty interesting. I think you could potentially do the same. However, it's not bothering me much. Like, I have enough space to write the map for you to just take a strip at the top that is taking just 50 pixels in height. It doesn't bother me. But if it does for you, you can have like a small version. That's not an issue. I could say you have multiple options, as in the design of it. Either you make it like minimalistic, flat, like you did here, or you could like choose something that is more hand-drawn, like you did for the map. But oh yeah, here. I think right now what Redmer has is just a home and about, but as you said, you will have up to, what did you say? I think it would have more than 3 or 4 items in the nav. So, technically, right? Ashley, yes. But this is not true topography thing. I'm trying to think of the implication of the thing that you just said, because it is true that a map design should follow some sort of guidelines of map, but if this is for a D&D campaign that will span across 2 months maybe, and then you have a new D&D campaign that will also span across a month and a half later, you still need to have a fast turning of maps, and you're not gonna do them too detailed because you're not the one that is drawing it. I mean, you are the one that is drawing it, but you don't have the time nor the skills to do all of the topographic things. Even though I do agree with you, might not be the best idea. I don't know. Bitch. Like, unless you do something like this that is reusable and you're creating blocks that just helps you to drop elements. Just one. Not 1000. But I think I know what that is. Yeah. not exactly that, but there is another one that is helping you build maps like this. Interactively kind of thing. Like shit like this, right? Whereas just it has a very top view all the time, and it will help you to just build something faster. This one has a bit of a tilt. Overall, it's not flat, which makes sense, but I think the map is good. I'm not saying that the map is bad. It's just saying that it depends on the use case. If it's a use case of it's for one D&D campaign and you're done, and then you need a new map because it's a new campaign, it's a new world, then it will end up being time consuming. If it's a map that you will reuse all the time, some shit like this might be better with more details and more realistic topographic things that make sense and are coherent together. It might be better for something that is reused and will remain the same. It's just like for references and more interesting. But if you have to build like dungeons or arena or other things, often having a system of blocks and bricks that you can just prompt together in like 15 minutes and get something that makes sense and is coherent with the rest of your game and your party, that feels better. I mean, to me, like this shit is just like, oh, you have this and then you have this, just square all good. At the end, you're good, you have your map. So once again, it really depends on what you need to do and how it's going to be used. Yeah, for dungeons, yes. It's just like the map being the entire realm in which your players will be able to move around. Like, maybe they will start here and then they go straight right and they go through the mountains and they fucking almost die here and then they go back there for no fucking reason. They go back to the sea and they take a boat. Holy shit, there is no boat. I don't know. That's cute. Yeah. So I feel like that amount of detail could be more interesting here as well. Like it could work to give players a bit more freeway. I don't know how to say that, but something that makes sense. I do like the map though. It, as Oli said, it has like a bit of a Tolkien's type environment, like the one that we've seen earlier. That I just flew through, like shit like this, which is more aligned with what Ashley was talking about. In terms of topography, like you wouldn't do this. I would. But that, no. But technically, the cartouche and the squares, legends, all of that, that could be really interesting to add to the map. Like, what are these? Like a bit of a legend saying that, oh, if we have these are, I don't know, temples or banks. If you have these are just houses and villages. If you have these, this is just a 3 farmer's house. That's it. So it could get more detailed in terms of what is where. I think the map of metal do have some sort of legends. Kinda. Yeah, it does. It's on Gene. It does have the legend right behind the fucking thing. Could work, could be interesting. If you have never seen this, I know we talked about it in the past, but if you are someone who listens to metal, this is an old website, but you can navigate metal genre around here. Genre? I don't know how to pronounce that fucking thing. It's great. But it's old. So maybe a bit of legends, and then going back to your initial question of the header navigation, you have, as I said, 2 options. You can keep what you already have, which is pretty good, and it works in terms of web dev. However, if you want something that is a bit more mappy, have a good rest of your work, and see you in like 5 minutes, both of you. Yeah, if you want something that is more map related, you can use, as I said, you can use like legends or what I call cartouche, because that's the French name. But I like something like this at the I mean, not this exactly, but like an ornament based navigation could be pretty interesting if you did like an old ribbon UI whatever bitch like this that has a thing at the top. I mean, not the gold one, but kind of the gold one. You could have like a kind of flat, but just having the ornaments on the outside, on both sides here, so that you don't have like a black bar at the top. You just have a ribbon that enclose and keep the same visual language across the website. So here, like, you have something that's really hand drawn with some icons and shit. When you click on that, I would also do some banners instead of models, like like instead of having models pop-ups, I would do some shit like this. I know I'm asking a lot, but like a parchment that is opening instead of something flat. it doesn't mean that it's bad. It's just like the background could just be a fucking image. One of these. It just loads. Um, it just loads like a a more mappy themed thing that enclose and has the same language. Right here, it's not bad. It works. It's good. You have access to things really directly, and so you don't need to think too much. But if you had like, I don't know, let's say that these, I don't know what these are, but like if these are banks or town halls, things that are like uh heavy stone based, things like this, if I'm clicking on that and I'm getting a marble back, like a Roman tablet thing, which is white marble with small hint of gold on the side because it's like a bank or a town hall, and then the content is still written in text, HTML and all that shit, because right. But that's because this is an important building. They have money, so you have like a marble back. And then if this is like a 5 farmer town, this is paper. No design. Hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? It's been a while. So based on, I'm not the biggest D&D fan, D&D player. I think I have 3 parties under my belt. That's it, and that was like almost 10 years ago now. So it's been a while. But if you have things that are specific to the environment, it just makes the player more engaged in the party. So that's why I'm proposing details. Nonetheless, I think like a fantasy map design type of thing will help you to get an idea. I mean, I know you said you have an idea of what I was trying to say, but like that's basically it. You have paper texture for the name and navigation over the map. You have legends of things that can help you just make sure that things work faster. Like this is great content for if it's a brush thing. You have different heights of mountains. They all have the same lighting source, so that's good. All of that, which once again, I think you did good here. There might be a bit of misalignment in the level of details you have. Like the mountains here are very spiky, and they have like 3 lines each. And then you have this where you have 20,000 trees that individually have a trunk and leaves and all of that, and that's a lot of details right there compared to the mountains themselves. But yeah, I could see this as well, ornament type of things that is going all around the website. And then instead of having like a repeating pattern inside of this, you could have your navigation, like your page names thingy right there. That could work, because just making sure that the things feels like a map. Like that. See? Banner flags. All that. would do that. Yeah, I think that's it. I know I said things about way more than just the navigation at the top, but yeah, I think that's it. The last one that I wanted to click was this. You have options to display things or not. That's pretty good. Yeah. You also have... I can't stop talking about it. You also have a lot of white space around here that can or could contain like a lot of data, like a lot of legends. Including the page names. You said that you had like 3 to 4 page potentials, but do you have an ID of these pages and what they would be? Because that could change a bit. And while you're typing that, I'm gonna pee. 1 second. Do you mean you need a BRB2 and you didn't answer the question? I said you said you had in your head around 3 to 4 pages that would go in the header. Do you have an idea of these pages? Already. Also, baked potato is like kind of nice. So you have a sort of wiki. You have the home. You have the about that you already have, I guess. So that's 3. And then you have another one, potentially, that is debatable. All right. You might not need a header. You might not need a header at all. Like, if I had exploded options, as in you have an illustration around here with the town hall or the map in a map format that will bring you back to this, because that's what it does. You have around here a flag with a question mark on it that is the wiki, for example. You have the about that is in a section square right there. TD, hi, what morning? Good midday. You have like a cartouche around here that gives you the content of about, potentially. That can be scrollable, that can be like non-scrollable and just a link. How's the temperatures? Is it good? Is it better than the UK? Probably for you. And then if you have like you said a solo RPG thing, where you do quests solo, I guess, you could have that at the bottom. You could have like type of plays, you could have options, and getting rid of that, as it's not this, it doesn't seem to be necessary in my eyes for the little amount of pages that you will have. What we're doing, we've done the official subject of the day, which was experimenting with Rive as a first encounter, trying to create some animation, not really working, and I hate it. But we did that, and now we are taking a look at the Redmo website for some sort of D&D campaigns map thingy, and trying to see how we can improve it. The initial question was on the header, but I'm redesigning the entire thing in my head. So I'm going further. It's not using Mapbox, no, I don't think so. Maybe it is. It doesn't seem, usually if it's Mapbox, we have the Mapbox logo somewhere. So that's why I'm saying no, but I have no fucking clue. But yeah, that's the that's what made me think not having a header makes sense. Like, you have a fully fleshed out design of a map, and then that boat is your home. It just brings you home. Or that beetle is bringing you home. And yeah. Figma is not hard. Send me the screenshot, TD. I wanna take a look at it. Right? Maybe you could have like the compass. The compass is a great idea. Brain said good. The compass is a great idea for the wiki, right? You're looking for help and resources on direction around how to use the map or how to play the game. And you can use the fucking this thing. Wind Roses thingy. And it could be great for like help and wiki and shit. I don't know. Yeah. Like you really have the orientation in the world if it's important, whatever. But then underneath, it's called wiki, and if you click on it, it goes to the wiki. And it's just shit like this. Then you have the description of the town and things, the legends that make sense. Um, Maybe I'm pushing your things a bit too far, but it's just it unify the map to make sure that it's coherent and cohesive across the entire experience of the user. Not like as we said earlier, some people eat on stream mainly because this is really tiny, but didn't even notice that this was the navigation. They just thought that's the header of my fucking browser, and that's it. And it's if you had like buttons, like same thing. If you can, I don't think so, but if you can design these in a map format. Yeah. If you have more maps, that would be a bit complicated if you have more things that needs to happen. But if you have different campaigns and it like you say I'm launching a new campaign, it picks one of the 10 maps you have at random, and then you map out you create your campaigns based on that map. It's just a randomly selected thing. It could work. It could work. I don't know. More mappy. That's the end. I'm gonna close it, otherwise I will continue redesigning it in my head. But yeah, I like it. Yeah, more mappy. So TD, you said something about, I don't understand, component and global colors and stuff. Do you need a crash course in like 5 minutes, or do you want a crash course in like 5 minutes? Because it is that easy, technically. Cool. So, global colors are just colors that you can reapply everywhere. So styles, which technically will be here, is just to ensure that the blue that you have used here will be the exact same than this one. And it's the same X color, X code for the color and all that. So it's just if you think about it as a code thing, it is a color variable that can be reused across your project. So if you have a $ pink, that's your pink color style in Figma. It's a reusable color or reusable X code. Now we have variables as well in Figma. It is useless if you are just doing one project, but if you have like multiple themes or multiple company brands, all of that, they're useful. For now, don't think about it. Then you said global colors and stuff. I don't know what that is, but that's fine. Components is the same thing as components in code. So component itself, where's my Figma file? There. A component on its own is just a reusable element. So here I have a main component. If I duplicate it by holding Alt and drag, or if I do something different, whatever, now you can see on my layer panel that this is not the same icon in front as this one, right? This one is just a lozenge or diamond. This one is a 4-diamond thing. So this one is the main component. This one is an instance of the components. How it works is if, for some reason, the main component was to be modified in a way, you can see how my instance is just immediately impacted. So that is the use case for component. You have one place to manage your elements, and then if it's reused across your design, if at some point you decide that, oh, you know what, this thing is supposed to be like this, it just updates across the entire file. And so going back to, this is just an icon. So for your question about how to make a component with unique text and icon and all of that, you can have components like testimonials, no. Notification, yes, maybe. These components here, so these are the main components, and they contain text and other components, like these are buttons and also icons and all of that. So when I have my components right there, I can change the text with no issues. And the benefits of that is that now that I have a plop override for my title, if I were to change the style, the override is still kept, and they understand that this is a thing that I wanted to change manually. And so you have the same thing, the same options for, let's say I want to change the icon that is in front. I will change that for my paintbrush. And because of all of the settings that I have defined, I can say, well, I don't need the actions at the bottom. I don't really need the time for that specific alerts, and this one is just a time sensitive thing, so it's not really closable. It will close itself automatically after 5 seconds, and these are just set through the original components here. So when you are selecting your components that you have created by clicking on the on that icon at the top, or doing create component right there, you can just have a good rest of your lunch. Maybe see you later if I'm still on. I don't think so, but yeah, have a good rest of your lunch. So when you are selecting your components on the side, you know what? If I'm doing that, you won't understand. So let's create a component from scratch. It's just a rectangle. That rectangle will have a text, and that thing will get that. Let's change with a global color, viable thing right there, and then that thing is going to take my slate 12 to be visible. Let's do the same thing here. That's just because I know how they are named and all that shit. So now I have that component. This is my main component, and so what I know is that text, that hello text, is going to be a property, so a variable that can be reused and specified when I'm reusing that rectangle 3 component. So here I have that tiny create text property icon, so I can click on that, which technically, let me give you a bit more view of that. So if I click on it, I can say, well, this is my main text, and the value, the default value would be hello. So I create that property. Now it's done, it's there, it's fine. And then here I have an icon, and I can say I want an icon swap. And so by default, it will take this, but I don't really need that. So I'm just going to name that icon. Now I have an icon swap property. And so if I just change this, you You need a sub. Uh, now that I have this, I have set up my property properly. I now have my main text property on my instance. You can see the icon on the side. That is not the same. And I have my icon swap. That is right here. If I click on it, it will give me the default things, but I can once again look for, I don't know, the send icon and just use that one instead. Or maybe you're looking for an email. And bitch. Oh, that's why. We do that instead. A light bulb. And so if you have the icon components on the file that you're working on, you will have access to all of the things, and you can easily swap things instead of anything else. And so one of the things that happens is, instead of doing this and saying, oh, this is my plop, and it changes plop here, I can also like click there and say bonjour, and you have that. You got an ad again. That's a lot. That's a lot of ads. It's going fast though. It's going fast. Let's say that's a benefit. Yeah. To be honest, Turbo is the best thing you can invest in. It's sad that they updated the price from $7.99 to $12.99. I mean, they did $7.99, then $9.99, then $12.99, so whatever. But if you don't like ads, Turbo is the best thing you can do. And yeah. So, right, when you have done these property setting in the beginning, it still works on mobile, yeah. Turbo's great. Just don't buy it on mobile. Buy it on desktop because, 30% of that. But yeah, you have your properties here and you can change that. The icon swap only work if your icons are components and you have other component in your file. But other than that, that's pretty easy. And you can do shit like if I wanted to change my text style, if I wanted to change my background color with something different on that specific instance, it would work. And it keeps, components are keeping the overrides, as I said. But here, let's say the spacing of 20 is not what I want. I want a spacing of 8. Because I didn't change that value on my instance, that new property from the parent is sent through, which is great. So, highly recommend properties, components, all of that. And so going back to your design right here, What are you talking about? I like the mobile version better than the desktop version. I feel like your weather should go up. Instead of being today's event and weather, you should have title and weather next to each other. So probably do something like good. You're using auto layout. I appreciate that. Two's kind of fat. I do like the icon. It's a bit thin for that use case, but it works. I mean, you will always be in London, UK, aren't you? Like, it's probably gonna be that every fucking time. Yeah, I know, but like most of the time you're probably gonna have that. I feel like it should, can potentially I've done it like really bad, but if you wanted to have like a bit more icon, always do that. But yeah. I don't know. It feels kind of better. I don't really like the fact that these are like that much stretched. But also you're on desktop, and as you said, it's most likely something that you will receive on your phone, while on your bed, while waking up, things like this. So that could work. How am I this quick? That's a good question. And GK, I'm not gonna type that. It's gonna be drunk. That's it. Not even the other two that stacks added. Just crunk ... Good. So how am I this quick? That's a good question. Basically, it's a combination of practice. I've been doing that every day for like the past 16, 17 years digitally on different platforms. So, right, that makes sense. The second thing is the use of keyboard to understand how to go faster. So for example, for someone who doesn't know, if you were to try and get the gym session and you don't know exactly how to select it, there probably gonna be someone doing something like click, then double click to go in, to go in, to go there, and then have the thing. If you want to just select the content and you're on the Mac, you can hold the command key, which lets you dive to the deepest layer on the selection. And so you can easily go straight to the elements that you're looking for. For example, you have the icons here in outlined, and so that just helps me go faster. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is knowing, once again, the shortcuts. So on the first, did I do that? No, I can't. Yeah, on the first version that we had a second ago, it's knowing that the command Shift G will ungroup, and the command Alt G will group something in a frame, like frame something. And so that's easier. Like once you know how to do that, it's faster. If you want to create an auto layout frame, you do a Shift A. If you want to undo an auto layout, you do an Option Shift A, and now it's reverted into something that is not an auto layout frame. So sometimes you can just play with that and go faster by just knowing how to use your keyboard. So the usual thing, Command P, shortcut, and you have the whole thing.
TD Racing just resubscribed for 4 months. Woo.
Thank you for the money. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the 4 months. So, no more ads for you. So, yeah, using that panel will give you an access to all of the shortcuts that you have used and all of the shortcuts that you have never used. So you can see that like turning things into a list, I don't give a shit. Creating a link, I don't give a shit. Aligning things with my keyboard, I don't give a shit. The main reason is because the fucking L, T, R, and J are all over the place on the keyboard, and I'm not gonna remember that. So all of that really useful. Thank you for the streak, Kat. Appreciate it. You're not here as much as Fra, which will probably lose her streak, sadly. But yeah, going back to the design review type of thing, I think it's good. I highly prefer the mobile version, and I don't know about the goals section. But then again, it's like, it's your thing, so you do whatever the fuck you want. But if it's a newsletter type of thing that I'm receiving in the morning, it's basically a review of yesterday's achievement based on your goals. And yes, 100%, that's a good point. You can always restrict the width on desktop. So yeah, that would be the answer for that design. But it's good. It's good progress, even though it took you way too long. GK, you said something and I didn't read it. 1 second. Where is it? There. Is I wanted a comment section to post case note. They said some cases were 880,000 words, and all of it in a table. Yeah, we had the same issue, and what we did on our table was to get the cell to have the option to like show the content or be truncated. And so on the column level settings, we added the option to have like just a toggle to let the user say, do you want to expand the content? And so it will just make your entire thing taller. If you have 80,000 words, it's just showcase the entire fucking light novel. And yeah, have a good rest of your day. I will be streaming next tomorrow at 6:30 Japan time. That's the plan. You can always do that. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. So yeah, we did that to expand cells. We took inspiration and reference from Notion and Airtable, which are doing the exact same thing. Airtable has 4 different like condensing views representation. Like you have condensed, light, breathing, and like relaxed. I forgot how they are called. And then you have the options to expand each cells to have the entirety of the content in, but otherwise it's just truncation to keep each of the rows to the same height, which is better, I think. And you were saying that you were missing mist and some cloud. All right, I feel like I didn't do mist. Anyways, so yeah, could do that. And baffled, sometimes they do need the entire readability of like 50,000 words, just because it's how company work. I catch up with chat. Nice. So yeah, that's about it. I'm also gonna be about it for the day because I'm tired. Yeah, I think I know where I'm gonna send you because it's been a while. And I don't know how long they're gonna stream, but we're going there anyways. Can I type? Yes. Okay, cool. All right. We're raiding Kyle. It's been a while. He's bald now. Bald, no hair. Just a porn stash. It's weird. Anyways, the VOD will be on YouTube if you want to watch that for some reason. I don't know, whatever. Join the Discord. Would be highly appreciated. Remember that tomorrow is Assignment Tuesday, so you have until tomorrow to release your assignment in the Discord. Please do so. And then if you want to stalk me, that's the link where all of my stalking can happen. Once again, schedule was as such. I'll be back tomorrow at 6:30 for Simon Tuesday. We are going to do a lamp. I know, it's still a lamp. It's weird, but it's a cool lamp. So we'll see. And then I said bitch a lot. I said shit a lot. And I did say fuck a lot. But yeah, if you want to give me money, you can sub here, but that's not necessary. I'd rather you have a UI kit that is useful and that is good looking and has content. Whatever. Running out of time, as always. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be kind in Kyle's chat. I will see you tomorrow with the new assignment. And yeah, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something. Bye.